且范增，项羽的亚父范增早就看出来刘邦这个人不简单，就想在鸿门宴上干掉他，结果项羽不听劝，把他放走了。
哦，
什么？
who would have known?
什么
Who would have known?
Who
Who would have known? The biggest traitor of human beings are actually you! Okay, we get back to reading 19, chapter 19, Social Security. The doctrine of the safety net to catch those who fall has been made meaningless by the doctrine of fair shares. For those of us who are quite able to stand. What? First of all, it's there's a break in between the sentences. And second, what? What? 建立旨在救助那些贫困潦倒者的社会安全网的信条。这里哪有什么穷困潦倒者呀？哪里 ？Where? Where? The doctrine of the safety net to catch those who fall. 他说的是 those who fall， 不是贫困潦倒者，好吧？这个没有 context， 没有办法读。这是什么？经济学家杂志谁写的都没有吗？就直接的 Economist 吗？你就直接放到这儿，然后去 expecting to do the beginning of 社会保障 Social Security。I don't know. It's a little bit weird, and maybe just maybe we haven't understand what this way of laying out this document it makes sense. But let's just start reading. Section 1. In the Western world, some provisions for those threatened by the extremes of indigence or starvation due to circumstances beyond their control has long been accepted as a duty of the community. Indigence. What is indigence? Do you know, Rabbit?
Indigence.
他把这个第一节的这个词直接搬到上面的 Economist 里面。A state of extreme poverty or destitution. Extreme poverty. Indigence. Wow.
Destitution.
Is the state of having no money or possessions. Destitute. I think there's a problem here. Destitute. Desperate. Someone who is destitute has no money or possessions. Why it has to be the possession or money? Why do you link it to money specifically? Destitute. You could have indigence. You could have survived without money. Like even in the big famines, people there's no use of money or possession, right? Probably it has. You can buy your life out of somewhere. If you have money, you could have easily escaped from famine. But if you don't have enough money, then you couldn't escape. That doesn't make sense, man. That just starvation doesn't make sense to anybody in this society because we are so used to the richness of society and the resourceful, the materialistically, like food supply and everything. The social security is so well that we have no idea what is it like to live in a state of war, famine, and all these incredibly tough time. That is just, we have no idea what it was, and we don't want to find out. And if we have to find out, what can we do to save ourselves from those situations? That is the question. But maybe you can just lay down and chill. In the Western world, some provision for those threatened by the extremes of indigence or starvation due to circumstances beyond their control has long been accepted as a duty of the community. The local arrangements which first supplied this need became inadequate when the growth of large cities and the increased the mobility of men dissolved the old neighborhood ties. And if the responsibility of the local authorities was not to produce obstacles to move, these services had to be organized nationally, and special agencies created to provide them what we now know as public assistance or relief, which in various forms is provided in all countries, is merely the old poor law ad- adapted to modern conditions. The necessity of some such arrangement in an industrial society is unquestioned, be it only in the interest of those who require protection against acts of desperation on the part of the needy. Okay, that's a pretty long paragraph, and my mind wasn't there while I was reading. Actually, it was on another track of thinking now. South Korea, North Korea, like the border. Before that, I was thinking about border and how borders exist in reality between countries. It's amazing. But in actual reality, there's actually no borders. It's borderless. The Earth is, there's no border on Earth. There shouldn't be any border on Earth. The Earth should be round. Anybody should be free to go anywhere they want in their lifetime. So that is a good society. That is a good society for most people, for all people. But if you can't, like, or some people couldn't, then they have to fight for their rights to get that right to freely go around Earth and just enjoy life like everyone else, help contributing to society in a general sense, just peacefully live their life safely. So I think that is the problem here. If we cannot find the way to be free, then what can we do but destruction? Bum bum bum. Then there comes the villain. It is probably inevitable that this relief should not be long confined to those who themselves have not been able to provide against such needs. The deserving poor, as they used to be called, and that the amount of relief now given in a comparatively wealthy society should be more than is absolutely necessary to keep alive and in health. We must also accept that the availability of this assistance will induce some to neglect such provision against emergencies as they would have been able to make on their own. It seems only logical then that those who will have a claim to assistance in circumstances for which they could have made provision should be required to make such provision themselves. Once it becomes the recognized duty of the public to provide for the extreme needs of old age, unemployment, sickness, etc., irrespective of whether the individuals could and ought to have made provision themselves, and particularly once help is assured to such an extent that it is apt to reduce individuals' efforts, it seems an obvious corollary, corollary, corollary. What? What does that mean? Corollary?
Corollary.
Corollary. What does that mean? Corollary of something is an idea, argument, or fact that results direct from it. Corollary. What a useless word.
Corollary.
What a useless word. What is the point? The result, isn't it? It's just result. And then particular questions that follows naturally, a particular consequence that follows naturally. Corollary. Interesting. Corollary. A practical consequence that follows naturally. A practical consequence follows naturally. A practical consequence that follows naturally. Interesting. Okay, now let's get back to the study of the paragraph. It seems as obvious corollary to compel them to ensure or otherwise provide against those common hazards of life. The justification in this case is not that people should be coerced to do what is in their individual interest, but that by neglecting to make provision, they would become a charge to the public. Interesting. So, what is provision? Can you find out provision? What is provision? We don't understand provision, and I'm just reading the whole paragraph without understanding provision. It is 供给，某事的供给 to provision of something, the provision of something, 供给，工会。Roso, condition, supply, providing, furnishing, equipment, organization, arrangement, deliberation, adjustment, preparation, readiness, wherewithal, means, material, equipment, material, apparatus, gear, stock, store, supply, fund, reservoir, stockpile, collection, hoard, assessment, accumulation, treasures, heap, pile, food, foodstuff, carter, purvey, victual, provender, feed, forage, board, sustain, upkeep, demand, upkeep, supplying, providing, purveying, delivering, furnishing, equipping, giving, donating, allocation, donation, provision. This is a very good word. We need to learn this word and all the other words that can be similar meanings. The action of providing or supplying something for use. Provision. New contracts for the provision of service. Provision for or against. Provision, financial or other arrangements for future eventualities or requirements. Eventualities and requirements. What? Eventuality. Eventuality. Bohemian scholars. 兔子 Rabbit. Bunny. Do you know Bohemian scholars? Bohemian scholars. Yeah. Bohemian academic. Do you know? 波西米亚式学者。
我不知道。
就是那些很有艺术细胞的学者，他的艺术性很强。
我知道波西米亚风。
学者。波西米亚风学者。但是他会有贬义的，就是他的知识分子嘛，波西米亚式知识分子有贬义的，不靠谱，就是他在知识方面的储备量和逻辑，包括他的体系并不好把控。
那他是什么？
因为他有一个艺术性在他的这个思维里面，他不是受一个严格的逻辑理性思考的一个体系。人嘛，他是他一个人的天性，去不断的变化。
那波西米亚风学者代表是谁呢？代表人物是谁呢？
代表人物当然是我了呀，在积极的意义上，就是我反对所谓的就是如果你有艺术性的艺术的天性，你就没有办法在知识上很精深，你懂吗？就有很多 polymath， 有很多很伟大的思想家，他们都是多种技能，擅长多种技能的 polymath 嘛 ，polymath 就是各个有很多学科，他在很多学科都很精深。最近我们读到的是谁？是罗素吧？是英国的罗素吗 ？Polymath。Who's the polymath？ 快问一下那个谁，豆包，最著名的 polymath 是谁 ？Well, back to what I was saying.
Who's the polymath?
Who's the polymath? No.
Many different subjects. Some well-known polymaths are as follows. Leonardo da Vinci. He was not only an outstanding artist, but also an engineer, inventor, mathematician, and more. His works and ideas had a impact on multiple fields. Aristotle. He made fundamental contributions in various...
Changing Chinese!
Why?
通才是指其知识涵盖许多不同学科领域的。
什么改？
以下是一些著名的
通才。
大声点。
他不仅是一位杰出的艺术家，还是工程师、发明家、数学家等。
达芬奇、亚里士多德。
在多个领域都产生了深远的影响。亚里士多德，他在逻辑、物理学、伦理学、历史学、诗歌、形而上学、修辞学、地质学以及政治学等众多领域都做出了基础性的贡献。本杰明·富兰克林，美国历史上的作家、科学家、发明家、政治家、外交家、印刷商以及政治哲学家，同时也是美国的开国元勋之一。 陈寅恪，中国近现代历史学家、古典文学研究家、语言学家和诗人。他的研究领域广泛，北朝史、隋唐史、古代宗教史、西域民族史、蒙元史、古代民族语言、敦煌学以及中国古代文学等。老子，道家学派创始人，精通占卜祭祀。他的著作《道德经》涵盖哲学、军事学等多种学科。
Look, blue moon. Crescent and blue moon.
波西米亚风学者的代表人物。
猜你想问的是波西米亚的学者代表人物？
不是吧？
杨胡斯。
听一下。
猜你想问的是波西米亚地区的学者代表人物，有杨胡斯、普什克、高利克等。以下是具体介绍。杨胡斯，捷克著名的宗教改革家、思想家，他曾担任布拉格查理大学校长，主张以圣经为唯一准则，否定教宗权威，反对赎罪券，被视为宗教改革的先驱，对捷克民族主义和宗教发展影响深远。普什克，著名汉学家，1932年留学北京，以好奇的眼光观察东方异国，通过大量阅读译介中国近现代文学来探究中国传统文学的有机整体及其现代演变，是第一个把鲁迅的《呐喊》翻译为捷克语的译者。玛丽安·高利克，他聚焦于中国现代文学、比较文学、国际汉学等领域，受到布拉格结构主义、符号学的启发，善用多种研究方法，在矛盾研究、中西比较文学等多个领域有所涉猎，是尼采与中国研究的第一位汉学家。徐伟珠，现执教于北京外国语大学捷克语专业，主要研究方向为捷克语言文学、中捷双边关系，并从事文学翻译，获得过捷克共和国功勋奖章，以表彰其为捷克语语言教育和捷克文学翻译做出的突出贡献。
波西米亚出了一个汉学家，叫普什克。他是第一个把鲁迅的《呐喊》翻译成捷克语的
译者。哇，记得好清楚啊！你听了一遍就记下来了。
是的。因为我重复给你听呀。你记下来了吗？
我记住上一个。
上一个是啥？
上一个是通才。
通才是啥？
通才就是在多个领域都有建树的人才吧。
比如说
富兰克林、老子、陈寅恪。
谁？老子。
老
子怎么通才？
他既是学者又能占卜，
就会跳大神，
精通祭祀。精通祭祀。以前的那种占卜多牛啊，都可以当国师呢。
是吧？就忽悠大师呗。
也有科学依据吧。就那个八卦易经什么的，不是挺准的吗？
是吗？OK， 老子还有谁？
亚里士多德。还有谁？记得还有达芬奇。
Leonardo da Vinci。只可惜达芬奇没有把他的那些飞行器啊什么全都造出来，然后驶进未来啊。
中国不是有鲁班吗？鲁班也造飞行器了呀。
然后呢？
据说这个传说，他做了个鸟还是什么东西会飞。 然后他的家人他妈妈坐上面了，然后那个鸟就飞起来了，但是好像不太受控制，就飞走了。是这样吧？让我们看一下，鲁班造的鸟。
鲁班造的鸟。
鲁班造的鸟通常指鲁班木鸟，也被称为木雀或飞雀。以下是关于它的介绍。基本信息：名称由来，因鲁班用竹木削制而成，形状像雀或鸢，故而得名。
鲁班造的鸟和它的故事，传说应该是。
鲁班造的鸟一般指木雀或木鸢，相关故事如下：木雀，墨子论中记载，鲁班削竹木做成了一只木雀，能让它在天上飞3天都不落下。鲁班自以为这是最巧妙的技艺，就向墨子展示。墨子却认为他做的木雀不如工匠做的车轴上的削。
不是他吗？
虽然只需要用1寸的木头，但却能承载50石的重量。对人有利的才叫巧，对人无利的只能叫拙。鲁班听后觉得墨子说的有道理，便将更多精力放在发明实用的工具上。木雀的制作方法也没有流传下来。木鸢
吹了个牛，飞3天，它可以飞3天不用加燃油，飞3天，那不就是飘3天吗？是热气球吧？不是，哎，也许就是用竹子做的热气球。有没有可能？你的怎么飞3天？你要用竹子做的木雀？哎，我知道了，它可以是一个大的那种鸟笼，然后里面有麻雀，它们得飞着把那个木雀飞起来，飞3天有点不太现实。飞3天可能需要大雁嘛，大雁也得他妈的挺一挺，晚上停着睡觉吧，也不能飞3天呀。你怎么实现呀？所以说你看我们现在讨论这些问题的时候一定要很严谨，就是说不能人云是云，然后说你听到什么就是什么，对吧？你得去思考它，然后去佐证它，然后它如果不能通过你的佐证，它就是一个伪知识，那你就要去研究这个伪知识的出处和它的这个 ideology， 它背后的这个一个意识形态，它为什么要以这种形式出现？对吧？它背后是有个逻辑的嘛，更深层的或者更本能的一种逻辑。在很多民族里有那种就是吹嘘说大话的这种分歧，像我在那个追风筝的人里读到阿富汗有这样的，就他们会平常生活里就会吹很多牛，吹牛，在这儿叫什么？叫摆龙门阵吗？还有别的方式说法，反正就是言过于实，对吧？但是这个在平常生活中并无大碍，因为大家可能就说说笑笑，是一个对生活的放松的一种享受的一种状态。但是这个不能被作为严谨的学术去对待，然后去按照这个反正我感觉我接受不了这种，越来越接受不了这种不严谨的论述。它对你的意识形态发展很不好，它使你不能更清楚的认识到你所处的现实环境的本真的样子。就是没有那么多就是你之外想象不到的比你更大的一种能量，或者说就神话，它可以是神话，中间可能有一些寓意要 要去推进其他的一些价值，但是因为用这个神话的夸大的或者说所谓的没有依据的这种写实去讲述故事的时候，它就有一定的风险。像圣经上的很多点，像什么摩西很多，所有的这些先知，除了穆罕默德先知，他们好像都有神迹，什么把红酒变成水啊，把水变成咖啡什么。
是把水变成葡萄酒吧？
你看我怎么把咖啡和茶变成水，没有味道的东西。
你要吃葡萄吗？
嗯，
你要吃葡萄吗？
不吃了吧？
不吃吧。
这不吃不吃葡萄不吐葡萄皮。对，今天我感觉我们开局，这个19章社会保障有点困难。我现在考虑要不要读一读别的书，你觉得呢？不是因为就是知难而退啊，而是换一个，就是不要格式化在某一种阅读的计划里。你能不能不要在镜头面前抽烟？影响我的学术氛围。来，把你的眼镜摘下来，给我戴下。
把眼镜摘下来。
哎呦！
你这样回去，
我靠，完全，我直接完全看不见了，无法识别。在这里。
这有度数吗？这没度数，而且歪歪的。
看照片，看视频。
看不清。
你让你看视频，你在这儿看镜子，简直大胆！形而上学，道德形而上学基础，英汉对照，德，伊曼诺尔·康德著，孙少伟译，2007年北京九州出版社。Preface. Ancient Greek philosophy was divided into 3 sciences: physics, ethics, and logic. This division conforms perfectly to the nature of the subject, and one can improve on it perhaps only by supplying its principle in order both to ensure its exhaustiveness and to define correctly the necessary subdivisions. And to define correctly the necessary subdivisions. What does that mean? 古希腊哲学曾被划分为3门科学：物理学、伦理学和逻辑学。这种划分完全符合主题的本性。适合主题的本性，人们对此能够加以改变的，也许只是对 这种划分原则的补充，以便确保这种划分的彻底性，同时正确的界定其必要的细分。还是没听懂，还是没读懂。那我们再放慢步伐，一句一句的读，看看我们到底能不能给它读懂。第一句是什么呀？你记一下 ，Ancient Greek philosophy， 这个是主题啊，古希腊哲学 was divided into 3 sciences， 被分为3门科学。哲学，古希腊的哲学分3科：物理、伦理和逻辑。Physics, ethics, and logic。现在你把它扔掉，然后就去想你自己，你对这3个概念的一个认识。什么叫物理？什么叫伦理？什么叫逻辑？你具备这3种能力吗？或者你学过这3门科学吗？没有啊。所以你需要学习这些科学，以便能更好的认识你自己和这个世界。哦，汪汪汪。All rational knowledge is either material and concerns some object or formal and is occupied merely with the form of understanding and reason itself, and with the universal rules of thinking without regard to distinctions between objects. Formally, philosophy is called logic, material philosophy, however, which has to do with definite objects and the laws to which they are subject. It is itself divided into 2 parts. This is because these laws are either laws of nature or laws of freedom. The science of the former is called physics, and that of the latter ethics. Whoa! The former is also called the theory of nature and the latter theory of morals. What? That is absolutely insane. That I did not know that these 2 subjects are actually interrelated in the sense where physics is the theory of nature and the morals is the ethic. Well, moral is the ethic, we know that. Physics is the theory of nature, or studying nature is theory of nature. Yeah, we understand that. We can get that. Logic can have no empirical part. Have no empirical part. 没有经验的部分。Logic 没有经验的部分。What? No empirical part. A part in which universal and necessary laws of thinking would rest upon grounds taken from experience. For in that case, it would not be logic, i.e., a canon for understanding or reason, which is valid for all thinking and which must be demonstrated. But on the other hand, nature and moral philosophy can each have its empirical part. The former must do so, for it must determine the laws of nature as an object of experience, and the latter because it must determine the human will so far as it is affected by nature. The laws of the former are laws according to which everything happens. Those of the latter are laws according to which everything should happen, but allow for conditions under which what should happen often does not. Often does not. All philosophy, so far as it is based on experience, may be called empirical, but so far as it presents its doctrines solely on the basis of priori principles, it may be called pure philosophy. The latter, when merely formal, is logic. When limited to definite objects of understanding, it is metaphysics. Logic and metaphysics. Okay. In this way, there arises the idea of twofold metaphysics, metaphysics of nature and the metaphysics of moral. Ah. Physics, therefore, will have an empirical and also a rational part, and ethics likewise, empirical and rational. So it doesn't conflict. It can coexist and make more, right? Which is empirical and rational. You need to have these, and as a complete thinker. In ethic, however, the empirical part may be called the more specifically practical anthropology. Ah, the rational part, morals proper. Morals proper. All crafts, handiworks, and arts have gained by the division of labor. For when one person does not do everything, but each limits himself to a particular job which is distinguished from all the others by the treatment it requires, he can do it with greater perfection and with more facility. Where work is not thus differentiated and divided, where everyone is a jack of all trades, the crafts remain at a barbaric level. It might be worth considering whether pure philosophy in each of its parts does not require a man particularly devoted to it, and whether it would not be better for the learned profession as a whole to warn those who are in the habit of catering to the state of the public by mixing up the empirical with the rational in all sorts of proportions which they do not themselves know, and who call themselves independent thinkers, giving the name of speculator to those who apply themselves to the merely rational part. This warning would be that they should not at one and the same time carry on two employments which differ widely in the treat they require, the treatment they require, and for each of which perhaps a special talent is needed, since the combination of these talents in one person produces only bogglers. I ask only whether the nature of the science does not require that a careful separation of the empirical from the rational part be made, with a metaphysics of nature put before real empirical physics and a metaphysics of moral before practical anthropology. These prior sciences must be carefully purified of everything empirical, so that we can know how much pure reason can accomplish in each case and from what sources. It creates its a prior teacher. 又是这个 priori Priori teaching. Priori teaching.
Priori.
Priori. Priori. Priori. Priori test. 鲜艳的 priori. Preferred underlying prior teaching. It creates its prior teaching whether the latter inquire be conducted by all moralists whose name is legend, or only by some who feel a cause to it. Interesting. Cause to it. Cause to it. Since my purpose here is directed to moral philosophy, I narrow the proposed question to this: is it not of the utmost necessity to construct a pure moral philosophy which is completely freed from everything which may be only empirical and thus belong to anthropology? That there must be such a philosophy is self-evident for the common idea of duty and moral laws. Everyone must admit that a law, if it is to hold morally, i.e., as a ground of obligation, must imply absolute necessity. He must admit that the command, thus shalt not lie, thus shall not lie, does not apply to man only, as if other rational beings had no need to observe it. As if other rational beings had no need to observe it. Does not apply to men only. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not lie. Moral laws. The same is true for all other moral laws properly so called. The same is true for all other moral laws, properly so called. He must concede that the ground of obligation here must not be thought in the nature of man or in the circumstances in which he is placed, but sought a priori solely in the concepts of pure reason, and that every other precept which rests on principles of mere experience, even a precept which is in certain respects universal, so far as it leans in the last on empirical grounds, perhaps only in regard to the motive involved, may be called a practical rule, but never a moral rule. Thus, not only are moral laws, together with their principles, essentially different from all practical knowledge in which there is anything empirical, but all moral philosophy rests solely on its pure part. Applied to man, it borrows nothing from knowledge of him. Anthropology. But gives him as a rational being a prior law. Gives him a prior law. No doubt these laws require a power of judgment sharpened by experience, partly in order to decide in what cases they apply, and partly to procure for them an access to men, and access to men's will and an impetus to their practice. For man is affected by so many inclinations that though he is capable of the idea of a particular pure reason, he is not so easily able to make it concretely effective in the conduct of his life. A metaphysics of moral is therefore indispensable, not merely because of motives to speculate on the sources of the prior practical principles which lie in our reason, but also because morals themselves remain subject to all kinds of corruption so long as the guide and the supreme norm for their correct estimation is lacking. For it is not sufficient to that which should be morally good that it conform to the law. It must be done for the sake of the law. Otherwise, the conformity is merely contingent and spurious. Spurious. What is spurious, man? We have no idea, man. Spurious.
Spurious.
Spurious. Fake. Why make it so fancy, man? Contingent and spurious. Plausible but false. Plausible but false. What? Wow. Okay, I take back what I just said about spurious. Plausible.
Plausible.
Plausible. An explanation or statement that is plausible seems like to be true or valid. Plausible but false. Wow. Contingent, merely contingent and spurious. Spurious, sorry. Yo.
Spurious.
Spurious. Wow.
Spurious.
Spurious. That's amazing. Plausible but false. Though the unmoral ground may indeed now and then produce lawful actions. More often it brings forth unlawful ones. But the moral law can be found in its purity and genuineness, which is the central concern in the practical. Nowhere else than in a pure philosophy. Therefore, this, i.e., metaphysics, must lead the way, and without it, there can be no moral philosophy. Philosophy which mixes pure principles with empirical ones does not deserve the name. For what distinguishes philosophy from common rational knowledge is its treatment in separate sciences of what is confusedly comprehended in such knowledge. Much less does it deserve the name of moral philosophy, since by this confusion it spoils the purity of moral themselves and works contrary to its own end. It should not be thought that what is here required is already present in the celebrated wolf's propedeutic to his moral philosophy.
Propedeutic.
Propedeutic. Propedeutic.
Propedeutic.
Propedeutic.
Propedeutic. What the heck is this word, man? Now, propedeutic. Propedeutic. Why do you put an E behind A? Propedeutic. Preparatory. Preparatory instruction basics to further study of an art or science. So complicated. Preschool. That it. Of relating to or providing such instruction. 预备教育 Propeduic education. Do it. Paduic. Pagoda. Pedagogy. Propeduic. Wolf's propeduic to his moral philosophy, i.e., in what he calls universal principles, universal practical philosophy, and that it is not an entirely new field that is to be opened precisely because this work was to be universally practical philosophy. It deduces no will of any particular kind. I want to get back to the previous section of this introduction, where you see as where it is comprehended such knowledge much is deserved. Moral philosophy is not a name to philosophy which makes pure principles with empirical ones does not deserve the name. For what distinguishes philosophy for common rational knowledge is its treatment in separate science of what is confusedly comprehended in such knowledge. This is a very interesting turnout, people. I mean, I have no idea. The book reading is such a good thing for your soul, man. You need to read. 60491573. Thank you. Because it got the file, so it can quickly connect it to it. And here we are, my friend. Here we are, my friend. We are going to be okay. Here we are, my friend. Here we are, my friend. Maybe all the way. Reading every day, yeah. Reading every day, bro. Okay. Hey， 好久不见，好久不见。
啊，
看你的本子。
哎呀，你没找到店，但是要找那个什么，要粉笔，粉笔可以在这上面写。
在背面是吧？
就这儿。
那个彩笔吗？
啊，对。
那个灯也是好的。
是好的，但是我前面头不在了。
没有，就接上就可以，对。
是吗？那我就不知道了。
很神奇啊！我当时
你要拿那个笔写了，插上电，它就
会亮，
就会亮，就
它还
反光，
有那个灯
知道吧？
会闪，蛮好的，晚上放那就很有用。
哎，我这几天那个是你店里的吗？
对，兔子。
就是你说他下午来那个是吧？
不是，那是潇潇，这个店的老板是潇潇。
他干什么？
兔子和我一起的。
哦，你们两个一起的。
对。
我这段时间忙，我一会儿我刚出来，我一会儿
对呀，我昨天今天
我还出去拍个短剧。
哦。
我在外面当群众演员。
哇。
对，我去拍一个短剧。
挺好玩的。
下午啊，完这段时间我儿子他房子他要卖了，又帮他就过户，还有这个星期还要搬家，知道不？还要搬，因为那个高层以后也不值钱了。我说算了，卖了算了。
以后不值钱了，你们真有钱人真是好。
不是，
这个房子不值钱了，我们先把它卖掉。买一个挣钱的房子，10年以后可以赚一点钱。
他不怎么，他过去在郫县那边拿的房子。
哦。
他又不怎么，他就是又高层33层，有点太高了，你知道吧？完事又不住，都空了好多年了。
现在房地产不是泡沫很大吗？
对，就是很大呀。我说干脆卖嘛，现在还能至少本还能回来嘛。你2天不卖，你本都回不来，又不住。
对的。
这样刚好我们就挂出去就卖了。卖了，他这个星期过户，过了户这个星期天就要有些东西要搬过来。我说就搬过来吧，就这样，所以就比较忙。然后我这边又上课，完了又拍短剧，这2天又。
我们什么时候周末的时候你有空的话，带上你的
啊，就今天还要上课。
嗯。
可以，我就是因为这个周末不行，这个周末他要搬家，
哦，还没
要把
搬。
东西要搬过来，
哦，
搬过来，冰箱啊那些都要搬过来，
哇，
空了也麻烦，就是。
对我们
这个是要忙一些。
就是
你这个插着电，但是要拿那个，你说是粉笔，
我
粉笔
我懂你的意
你知道吗
思，就是我们今天才决
你还可以
定就是
画图案呐、这些随时可以查的。
我们准备直接做一个大一点的海报，然后直接就
贴在上面
贴上去的。当然，这个的话我们不会贴那个玻璃啊，就是
其实都无所谓
需
的。
要对我需要把这
粉笔随
些。
时画图案呐、随时写，随时变。
好感谢你啊，就
呀，这个
分享的
放家里
真是
也没什么，
理
也没什么
想国的
用。
理想状态，大家
这次原来是我一个朋友他开那个烧烤店，
哦
晚上需要灯光，
哦
他就没拿放到我家里了。
对
我说我就拿给你用了。
哦，谢谢你啊。
没事。
你们搬家我能帮上什么忙吗？
没事，你没有搬家公司喊个，但是他东西也不多，有几个凳子，有几个桌子，有个冰箱，完事儿就喊个货拉拉就行。哦，我接个电话。
好呀好呀。
我要过去了这边。
OK
哎
see you soon。
你好，
这是什么？
哇，会要牵小白兔去幼儿园了。
不像是小白兔牵着大灰狼啊！啊，性感！你敢在这给我作假？拖出去斩！
好cute。
这什么动画生成吗？豆包生成。你把这个线取掉就太完美了。
我去掉了。
你告诉他把那个线不要带着，不用两个人穿个绳子，这是最低级的一种联系方式，好吗？太低级了，他们出现在一起，然后一个方向就已经联系到一起了，不用一个绳子。What the heck？ 你的描述真是无限牵着小白兔。
牵着手怎么了？我又说是绳子。
这哪有手？在这儿哪有手？这个
我说是牵着就是牵着手，谁说的是用牵引绳牵的呀？
盲人，这是盲人兔子还是盲人这个大灰狼？请各位看一下，请问这个哪个是盲的，哪个是瞎子？
你是不是疯了？
好吧。
大灰狼带着小白兔去幼儿园门口询问，请问大号兔子收吗？帮我画一幅图。Oh my god！
你打断了我在做的事情。我们先离开之前，我们先搞清楚要如何是好。
刚刚进来的人没有打断你吗？
打断了，但是正常都没有打断他。进来之后，我就已经注意力到他的身上了。然后你进来时候也是一样的事。我想说，就是我们可以有更好的方式沟通。我知道你会的时候给我一些营养的东西，分享。那个我 我觉得那个背景可以啊，就做成那个海报，而且不要限于就做一个人，就做几个，其实就是文案在一个版面，就文案直接录下来以后，那个后面的话其实可以，我觉得这样对吧？就固定的那个，我可以给你
本子。
哦，我的这张纸。
我是看他进来了，我才过来的。
哦。因为我们必须得严谨一点，要不然，没有很多事情一定要落实。你看，像我们说海报到时候，今天必须做。
我刚想画的其实是另外一个。
多少海报？
我本来想的是那个一个。一个行走的鱼拿这个海报，就是你发给我那个图。
哦。
但是
可以生成动画吗？几秒的其实就可以，像那种我们汽车的那个，然后直接配个音不就行了？
不是做海报吗？
我知道，你看我又跳跃性思维的，对，但是是不是海报，然后这个视频是不是全都可以做？其实都不上线。
我其实想做这个斜房子。
哦，cool。
是不是跟我们那个本来要做的活动，其实主题是一样的吗？
是的。
对吧？
看到了。
这是我小时候就喜欢的东西。
我知道了。我们还有一个重要的体验，就是到那个单元门口是要换鞋，穿一穿别人的鞋。你觉得呢？
他们脚丫子也不一样大呀。他们脚丫子也不一样大呀。
脚丫子也不一样大。
啊。
对。
他可以进门的时候拿到一个什么那种什么道具。
什么道具？
想一下吧。藏宝图就是那种地图。手绘的地图。
明白。
每个人不一样。
对。
或者说每组不一样。
而且需要扮演不同的角色吧？
啊，
这样就好，它就自然的又形成一个生态圈，就是从不同单元进来的，比如有3家家庭，然后他们从不同单元进来，他们都可以dress up 成某种 mascot，然后去探险。That's absolutely amazing. This is a very good experiment project. We can study the
我们还是可以先找那个社区的小孩做第一组实验，做第一次实验，然后记录下来，变成，然后用他们这一次的实验继续用。
Okay. Then we need some material.
我们可以
equipment and preparations.
我们去收集一大堆纸箱子，用那些纸板做道具。
Good idea.
Oh. 我们去哪里找一些纸板呢？在纸箱，然后裁一些可以戴在头上的和拿着的东西。我们今天就去做这个事情吧。 我们去那个废品收购站。
哎，你可以跟那个花店的小姐姐说说，他们好像经常有箱子过来。可以告诉他们，有的时候有人去看，他一般都会有人收奖的。
我们等下就去问嘛，你跟他比较熟。
你去。
我们一起去。
A guide that sets of environment. Guiding sets of environment.
哦，我们可以去我们楼下那个快递站问一下，他们应该有很多箱子。
Excuse me, let me just put a background music for y'all.
生成一个截头子的片。一个写字做的房子。
有点花园。Garden people so we can work on the space and then make it like a long-term accessible free space for public to enjoy. And when we are here, we can organize the events. When we are not here, probably we can find other people to organize it. Whatever. So therefore, I was just thinking about the renting of the room. I think we should make enough money to rent the room as long as we can, so we can have the access to the garden and to keep building up. With the whole building, so that we units we talk to the people and we can make it an experiential spot. Very often building block in big cities in China everywhere. We have these buildings, right? And once we can make it like a pretty good example, then it could be copied broadly. So it's not just we are trying to get some money to pay the rent, but rather making the making the case of reference on the in China where actualize. And also we need to take high notes on the experience of the families, individual kids, families, their responsibility to study their feedback and reactions, and also the involvement in the environment we created. So we know, like psychologically, spiritually, physically, uh, how it can benefit. Yeah? Therefore, I think we can think about investment. Because as I was saying, like if you want to start a shop or whatever, I can help find you some investment. Mm. I think it would be nice if you don't depend on anyone. Independently, we can finish the whole process. At the same time, it's a very periodic thought that you cannot work, you cannot make it without working with other people. It's very crucial to work with other people. But at the same time, how you remain your independence on the patient. I然后把一些很重要的东西藏到上面楼那边楼上边，爬上去才能得到。 哇，1点了。Hello，你好，这边看有没有咖啡？有咖啡和茶。She's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you she's beautiful. What are you doing? Look, that guy is so handsome. Oh, look, this grandma is so nice. Everybody's so good. Working my shit. What? I'm just making obvious observations, like sharing information with you. If you could be of a little welcoming, she could have order a coffee. She could have sit outside and drink coffee and pay us like 10 price so we can build our garden. What? 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 对啊，好热情。It's okay. It's cool. I wasn't going to. 哦，这个 Wikipedia 的 link 也应该发一下哟。我先看一下。What was I reading? Man, I've been reading a lot of books, like pages. I've been reading a lot of pages recently, and it's very scattered. My thoughts are sporadic. Thoughts sporadic now. You see, this is how like the rap music lyrics affect you, or maybe it's just a common thing that happens among people that has a rich imagination. But anyway, I was saying that if we can, we could, we would, and we should. That's all. I think the whole page of the the core point of the whole existence is if we could, we would. Therefore, we should. But we never will. That's just how ridiculous we are. We never will. We just should, but we never will. Because it's impossible to get to a state of like absolute liberty that is like in your full potential. You cannot live in your full potential. Everybody living, every living being, they are already living their full potential in the environment they're born into. And a lot of the environments that people born into is not a very inspiring and nurturing environment. if you know what I'm saying. Some place it can't even maintain the peace, the simple security of people, a simple household, like places where there's conflicts and wars and battles going on. The people don't even have the safety from day-to-day life in their day-to-day life. So it's so hard, man. That's why this utopia, so-called utopia, or previously utopia, an ideal society for all human beings to live and flourish, is impossible. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't go towards that direction, because otherwise we'll just go the other direction, which is nihilism, which is nothing is meaningless and then meaningful, and then we just completely go lost ourselves in our basic animalistic needs, and then decay into chaos and the premature level of statements. That is very possible to happen, by the way. Don't you think that humans are such a, I mean, such advanced civilization that it cannot um, like decay or disappear from this earth, right? No, nobody can guarantee our existence, like in long term. Can you make sure like this life on earth as human can live ever and ever and forever and ever and ever and ever? Do you think so? You don't think so, because you only have one life and your lifetime is very limited, a few 10,000 days, and it's over, right? It's very short. And the, the experience that you have in your life uh, is both inward and outward, within and without. You're within the society, you have to commit to a lot of norms, and also you're without it because intellectually you are boundless being, you're a spiritual being, that you have no bounds, you have no borders, you can go wherever you want. That's why there's the legacy of humanity is like a big library. You can go in there and then read to see so many possibilities and the just things that we can never fully grasp. So, what can we do? But really better our own life experience by better understanding what we are. It's still a very philosophical question. It's not a. And when I say it's a philosophical question, it means this question had three parts to consider what we are. The first part is physics, which basically probably we think we figured it out, but really didn't, which is the science of human body, right? The medicine, the, this actual science of anthropology and the dynamic of human body. It's still a miss, like we don't know how it works, but it just works. So it works, and that's the first part, the physical part of the question, who we are, where we come from. And the second part is the ethic part of the question, as who we are as a society and how we get along. And then the third part is the logic part of us, where like I think it's more fundamental for us to ask these questions, like these philosophical questions, like who we are and where we're from. We can we, we can using just pure reasoning of ours to get to a state of understanding, right? And I'm sure all these areas I mentioned have been countlessly studied by numerous people throughout the history and come up with very, very good ideas, just stayed in the legacy library, the library of legacy of human beings. You can go there, go to the library, and can find those works that already people already did the study of who we are and where we're from, even where we're going. Like people are doing these studies in so many different ways, in so many different sciences and aspects, and from so many different directions. And it's a vast knowledge to explore until we exhaust our personal time in this world as a human being, which is probably 50, if good, 50 to 80 years of span, right? Rousseau died in 66, in his 60s, but he accomplished so much that he become one of the pioneers of romanticism and the liberalism, right? He's studies effective on the social science, the social contract, and all the other works on education, Emily. And I just recently find out that there are such scholars in human society that we can study from. And I start to question myself, how did I become so arrogant and ignorant on the human state on my life in my life that I did not know and really ignored all these great thinkers in the, in the world, and live blindly in the reality, sleepwalking life for 40 years. I'm telling you, for 40 years, blindly sleepwalk through life. Of course, it's not completely fair to say that, because apparently these 40 years gave me the experience to evolve and to become better at thinking and understanding the matter of the facts that we need to study. And people, I think our generations have a way of thinking. Being educated is going to school, to going to college, going to these institutions to get knowledge and get credited for the knowledge you have. But actually, it's not the case. I mean, it is the case when you really go into the specific genre in music terms, or when you go in specific theories or fields of knowledge, you can find those colleges and institutions that is already there for you to better utilize the resources in this field. This definitely is. But in the age of internet, I find myself accessible to mostly almost every accessible information out there, which is amazing. This is the very ridiculous fact that I had the access right now to read whatever I wanted to read, and I find there's so much to read, and I don't have time for it. And also reflect that with what I read, how can I better myself in my reality, where I can have a better experience, and also creating better experience for the people around me, where we can collectively elevating into the states of utopia, which is an ideal state of society, at least in just this small space where I live around me in this like very small reality, a portion of reality. But you see, it's very hard to limit yourself both within and without. Within, you can limit yourself in this one small society, because nowadays in the big cities the communities are so loose, and you don't really have a traditional long term like communities where generations of families will live together and grow together, so they know each other and they carry the similar ideology and values all along. So that's very different. That connection will be very different from the connection where in our time the societies or the communities where in special fields like music or whatever, so philosophy, scholars, everything, these small units, they, I think the best they can form is like a lifelong relationship, friendship between colleagues, where you get to know each other probably in college, and then you study the ever since together and work together throughout life. That means people, there are communities with like at least 20 to 30 years of weight, which is a big deal, I think, because once you have a longer than 10 years of connection in a society, that means you're strongly connected as a group, and you are both effectively living in the society individually and collectively. Individually, you don't depend on other people in on your livelihood, and collectively you're always making contributions to the community where you're living in, where is also the place you're getting feed from, you know, all these resources that you're using in the community is actually provided by the overall big society that you're in. So you have a responsibility to repay that by your work, to further pushing the civilization in every way to be a better place, eventually for better place to the next generations. That's the longest, I think, influence anyone can make, is to make the influence on the next generation. Then you will probably be remembered as a part of a humanity who made such and such contributions for furthering the effort of civilizations. That's why you see when you're studying history, people studying history and philosophy and everything, they give so much credits to those who made the contributions, made a distinct difference in history. Like they become the first of something, the first thought of liberalism by John Locke. He is the first to say, hey, you know, it is not cool to like prosecute people because of their religious belief. That is not cool. It doesn't work well in a society, and it should not be tolerated. That is also, I think, the point of tolerance, which is like society should tolerate all types of life where they have different religious belief. They shouldn't be uh, locked down for their religious belief. That is John Locke who first mentioned that. Before him, nobody mentioned such thing. Everybody didn't. Nobody knows what could have been the way until he does, right? And then there's several other contributions that he made so great that we should forever thankful for him. That's why people are remembering him, studying him, and then further carrying his legacy towards the. So, in short, we are not alone. We are always a um, strong force of life, where we are passing the tortures throughout generations to ensure that we have a direction, we have a better way to go, and then we can keep building on it. That's I think liberalism, and then that's also the the understanding, like the superficial understanding I gained from reading The Constitution of Liberty by Friedrich Hayek, that this liberalism has been born and been developing in the world for a while, long while. That everybody, a lot of people get to know. If you are thinking, if you're a conscious person, you would study humanity, society, and yourself. You would know these people, and then you would know these trends of thoughts, school of thoughts, and you would know who's who, and then what is what. So you know your way, right? And I think that is so cool. But now I would offer a different perspective today on the science of philosophy. We've been heavily focused on the Western philosophy, the so-called Western philosophy, which is like a Eurocentric, later Americanized philosophy that is basically studying all these philosophers and great thinkers in Europe. And now we are going to shift our attention to the Arab world, and um, and the period that they had these huge contributions to humanity, how they shaped the world it is today, and by you know just continuing what I just played earlier on Ibn Sina, the greatest Muslim philosopher. Sabu Ali, Abu Ali Bukhara, Sheikh. What's your point? Autobahn. what a good life. What a good life. You don't have to earn for your livings. You are fed by the community that you can just read and learn and make contribution. This is the type of society. Of course, I think in all societies there are such people that can live by just reading and learning. Well, what? Aoife? Exactly. You see, that's the intoxication itself is haram.
那没办法，
Just not lose your mind while drinking. Slurs. Shut up actually could be like juice, like a fermented juice, which is why. To a very impressive degree. Okay. So earlier we read the text of philosophy being defined as the three branch of science: logic, physics, and ethics. Now here we have learned that Ibn Sina Abu Ali Abu Ali is actually had four parts: mathematics and metaphysics. I think the moral or ethic is more closely related to metaphysics in a way, or mathematics, or maybe, oh yeah, he's a Muslim philosopher, so I think ethics is already covered in Islam. Then so he can free up to study mathematics and metaphysics to further the the study of philosophy in these directions. That's very interesting. Wait a second. Concerning the law, one ought to know one single rule. That is, that what is wanted by the law and religion that have come to us through the tongue of any of the prophets is to address all the crowd, to address the crowd about things that they understand, bringing things that they do not understand closer to their imaginations by striking likenesses and stimulates, similitudes, likenesses and similitudes. If matters were otherwise, the law would be of no use at all. Matters were otherwise. What does that mean? Matters were otherwise? That doesn't make sense. Mm. What does that mean? Metaphor. Interesting. 5 internal senses. Common sense. مشتق. أو مشتق. الحس مش مشتق. The representational power. المصورة. And the imaginative or sensible memory faculty. الخيال. The representational power and the imaginative or sensible memory faculty. Estimation, instinct, cognition. Memory. Common sense. The representational power. What is representational power? Imagination, imaginative or sensible memory faculty. I'm just gonna do it the simplest way possible, and later probably to get more information on it. Common sense. Common sense. Where is common sense coming from? From your environment. Representational power. 6, if you put together. Imagination. Instinct. You see, that's when you fall into the trap of language, terminology, and way of thinking, like cognition. Cognition. Realize how some of the words have a direct meaning and some of them don't. Memory. Memory faculty. Wasn't that imaginative? Okay, memory. 5. Internal senses. Senses, internal senses. falsafa. Patreon Sages Saints. Wow. Second master. Platonic virtues, Islamic virtues. Platonic virtues: wisdom, courage, moderation, justice. Islamic virtues: belief, knowledge, piety, unity. Unity is justice, piety, moderation, knowledge, wisdom, belief, courage. Interesting. Physics, metaphysics. Okay, well, how can we study Al Farabi other than study the books that he made available and also his notations and study of the ancient Platonic and Islamic traditions. Islamic and Sicilian branch of the philosophy. It's actually studied and made it. Hmm. Contribution, music. Contribution is music. What？ 为什么板着一个哭丧的脸？ 那个海报里再加一个读书会的信息。对，我们搞一个教育主题的读书会，就读这些教育经典嘛，然后一起分享跟家长。觉得现在家长很需要读这些理论性的东西。
这个海报里面应该把那种活动的大致的内容写一下呀，就是怎么玩，多少人。
把那个引到那个就是预约申请上面吧，详情了解
就是现在是我们只写了那个亲子开放日那几个信息，别人不知道是干嘛的。
对，就是详情刷码扫码，直接可以扫到你的微信或者我的微信，以便我们可以直接把这个推文发给他，推文里面写的很清楚步骤。也许可以在很小的位置缩小的，用小的字体去一起的提到。
直接把那个推文发出来，然后做一个那种二维码，可以直接一扫就能看到。
它二维码直接扫到的是你的微信，它要和你链接，然后通过在你的朋友圈或者通过你发获取这个信息。而且他在获取之前，他询问之前，你要和他这个信息对等的交换他的信息，你懂吧？那个我昨天发你那个谈判9点要义，你看了吗？你看一下，你看一下。
没有啊，没啥。
那本鞋子的书呢？刚刚我那本鞋子的书呢？
鞋子的书。
就是封面。
梆梆梆梆梆梆梆，我喜欢你的帽子，阿达西，我也喜欢你的帽子，我也喜欢我的帽子。Utopia. Utopia is a conceptual country, sometimes referred to as a micronation, founded by John Lennon and Yoko Ono. One of the reasons that the country was founded was to address Lennon's then going on immigration problems through satirical means. There is no leadership, and not all citizens have been recorded. As a result, the population is unknown. Utopia is a portmanteau of new and utopia, which suggests Newtopia is a new utopian society. There is also the word play with not and utopia. Music from Newtopia is a live music set created, is a collection of songs, let's say. It's a live music set, which is a collection of songs created by Joachim Holub. 我操，359 MB 太棒了。How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, probably 7. Okay. 7, probably 8, 7. Music from Utopia is a live set of songs created by Okay, you know what? I think I will do a live set right away. And so to review the lyrics that I made in my song, therefore, which could be a better connected and reviewed and perfected as bum 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 bum. Wow, one click, all the phones just went bang. Bang, 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 bang. We will rock you. We will rock you. Yay, yay. Yay, yay. Yay. Hi. This is a very nice beginning. Hi. My eyes. Ma, me, ma, ma, me, ma, ma, ma. Me, ma, 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 wah, 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 wee, wah, 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 wah. Okay, let's get back to the business. Bach in Gaza. Check, 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 check. What does that mean? Yeah. I open my eyes from the darkest of nights. I feel so cold inside. 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 So fearful and frightened, seeing armies of demons march on horses, diseases. And diseases, marching on horses and diseases, coming towards us, Jesus. I want panic and fees. It's a bad situation. What could I do? I need to face it. It's a war. I need to case it. Where's my sword? I need to take it with sword. Wait. It's a bad situation. What could I do? I need to face it. It's a war. I need to case it. Where's my sword? I need to take it. Can't recall where I place it. I look around. Ain't no traces. I went mad, losing patience, seeing closer the demons. Dark clouds coming, wisdom. There's no way to defeat them. There's no weapons, no treatment. I cry out in desperation. Where's my strength and two when I need them? Could have go bare hand, eyes fighting. Sudden white light. Could have go, may go. Could have go, could have go. Could have go bare hand die fighting. Sudden white light blur my eyesight. My nerve off like broken Wi-Fi. My conscience strip up like bygones. I feel my body like a python, twisting slow like I'm high in drugs. High in drugs, when independent like tying one. That's when I got my eyes open. Feel my heart stew, soaked in fear. I got that choked in. Lost control and I hoped them never come back, but I know them forever coming, so I showed them the spiritual warfare we all care. The world is just like a cold mirror to reflect on our own fear. When the heart and mind do not dare to climb up to those tall stairs to heaven and fix our eyes near God, that's where the love cheers, regardless of the suffering here and now, or people's hot tears in their eyes asking why and where. The promised land for the kind and fair. I guess it's all fine and clear that God won't help us if you don't care. Fair. Fair. To climb up to those tall stairs to heaven and fix our eyes near. Tall stairs. What the tall stairs are. To climb up to those tall stairs. Yeah. Wait a second, what is that? Yo. To heaven and fix our eyes near. God, that's where the love cheers, regardless of the suffering here and now, where people with hot tears in their eyes asking why and where. The promised land for the kind and fair. I guess it's all fine and clear that God won't help us if we don't care. If we don't care, if we don't dare, if we don't dare or care, if we don't dare or care, if we don't care. If we don't dare, if we don't care to help each other, and that's fair for the evil to come in and tear us apart, cause we blind and weird, losing touch from reality in years of internet where things are shared without a cost, but not our dear hands to hold each other. That's weird. Not our beer hands to hold each other. not our beer. Hands to hold each other, that's rare. When you seeing the news and hearing about the whole when news and hear about the whole city been bombed and teared. Village been bombed. About the whole village, whole city. Whole city bombed and tearing, tear away. Torn. Torn 是什么的 tear 对，哎 bomb and the whole will Okay, you know what? About the whole city been bomb and tear. Bomb and tear. About the whole city been bomb and tear. Apart, your brain stop processing. Apart, brain tear apart, your brain stop processing. Your brain stop. Your brain
感谢大家拿出时间
Your brain stop.
选听我的音乐，这些音乐都是发自我内心的一些表达，然后
Processing.
谢谢浩明。
Eyes from the darkest of nights, I feel so cold inside, still fearful and frightened. Seeing armies of demons, horses, diseases coming towards us. Jesus, I will panic and freeze. It's a bad situation. What could I do? I need to face it. It's so raw. I need to case it. Where's my soul? I need to take it. Can we go right place it? Fuck. Sorry. What's up? I open my eyes from the darkest of nights. I feel so cold inside, I'm still fearful and frightened. Seeing armies of demons, marching horses, diseases coming towards us. Jesus, I will panic and freeze. It's a bad situation. What can I do? I need to face it. It's so raw. I need to case it. Where's my sword? I need to take it. Can we go right place it?
Pretending.
没事。啊？从开始啊？就是这个手鼓之后，就是开始这个。啦啦啦啦。
I open my eyes from the darkest of night. I'm so cold inside, I'm still fearful and frightened. Seeing armies of demons, marching horses, diseases coming towards us. Jesus, I'm in panic and freeze. It's a bad situation. What can I do? I need to face it. It's a war. I need to case it. Where's my soul? I need to take it. Can I go where I play? Where I place, I look around, ain't no traces. I'm sorry.
With horrible news, we drowned in a mass psychological war. With horrible news, we drowned in a mass psychological war.
I open my eyes from the darkest of nights. I feel so cold inside, I'm still fearful and frightened. Seeing armies of demons, marching horses, diseases coming towards us. Jesus, I'm in panic and freeze. It's a bad situation. What can I do? I need to face it. It's a war. I need to case it. Where's my sword? I need to take it. Can we go where I place it? I look around, ain't no traces. I'm a man losing patience, seeing closer. The demons, the clouds going wisdom. There's no way to defeat them. There's no weapons, no treatment. I cry out in desperation. Where's my strength into when I need him? I go bare and I fight him. Sun white light through my eyes that I love like a I open my eyes from the darkest of nights. Inside, I'm still fearful and frightened. Seeing armies of demons, marching horses, diseases coming towards us. Jesus, I'm in panic and freeze. It's a bad situation. What can I do? I need to face it. It's a war. I need to case it. Where's my sword? I need to take it. Can we go where I place it? I look around, ain't no traces. I went mad, losing patience, seeing closer. The demons, dark clouds going wisdom. There's no way to defeat them. There's no weapons, no treatment. I cry out in desperation. Where's my strength into when I need him? And go bare and I fight him. Sun white light through my eyes that my nerve off like open Wi-Fi. My conscious drift up like bygones. I feel my body like a python, twisting so like I'm high in drugs. When independent like Ty and one. That's when I got my eyes open, feel my heart stew, soaked in fear. I got that choked in, lost control and I hooked him. Never come back when I know them, forever coming, so I showed them the spiritual warfare we all care. The world is just like a golden mirror to reflect on our own fear. When our heart and mind do not dare to climb up to those tall stairs to heaven and fix our eyes there. God, that's where the love cheers, regardless of the suffering here and now, where people spot theirs in their eyes, asking why and where. The promised land for the kind and fear. I guess it's all fine and clear that God won't help us if we don't care. We help each other, and that's fair. For the evil to come in and tear us apart, cause we're blind and we're losing touch from reality. Years of internet where things are shared without a cost but not our dear. Hands to hold each other, that's rare. When you see the news and hear about the whole city been bombed and tear apart, your brain stop processing the piece of info's cross depending on humanity intact or descending. How can anybody okay? There's horrible news we drown in, bombs after bombs and clowns in a mass psychological warfare to make us powerless and more queer. Whose moral compass so we're more weird as everywhere, so we don't care about other people as human dear. God give me the strength to hold dear on those values I still and share is the people around me who I care. Finally, fly and see a fantasy for me to be. This world of tragic is a sword with static. My heart is volcanic, my mind is nomadic. I told you my habit of falling in deep, rolling in darkness. darkness without a key to the door of your heart. Knock, knock, where's the light? Come, come, get me out. Dum, dum, need some love. Young, yoking fun. Run, run in the sun. Come dance to the beat. Big fan of the music. Cause I choose it.
Wait. Finally, a blind man. Okay, maybe.
My mind is nomadic. Fly and see.
Finally, a blind man sing.
Fantasy for me to be. This world of tragic is a sword with static. My heart is volcanic. My
Oh
mind
my
is
God.
nomadic. I told you I have whole city been bomb and tear apart. Who I kill. Your heart, knock, knock, where's the light come? For me to be. This world of tragic is a sword with static. My heart is volcanic, my mind is nomadic. I told you my habit of falling in deep, rolling in darkness. They don't waste my time claiming power and fame, seeking pleasure in tame, never loving you, pain, never giving justice. Let the climate change and the private sector thrive in communities, love the energy, peace the policy, break the monopoly of global economy, just quit the big company and work for your family, name or for unity. Go to enemy to true humanity, as blind as a man can be, need a light like I did. Finally, apply me and see what fantasy. Not in the future, not in the future. The gift is a present, live is our blessing. I need to confess it. I thought I'm the best. No friends will I lack. Feeling good was a bad. Loneliness is a trap. Fortunately, I can rap in the temple of hip hop. I'm never alone. Was a beat in my phone. Was a voice in my heart. Holding pen like a sweet face. Through all the hatred, shining bright. Getting ready to fly, landing into heaven. Holding my grandpa, kissing my grandma. Telling them how I made it was my heart almost breaking. All my vices and illness been taken away from me because I forsaken. My love of hip hop is saving me. Was the wisdom in rhymes, the reason in light, my pleasure in my true angel inside you, the garden surprise, was poets and dancers, sons of the breakfast, healing my get to all in my fantasy, mixed with the tragedy, time is my energy, rhyming epiphany, starting the recipe, dying for ecstasy. Finally, blind man sing,
A blind man sing.
what a fantasy, for me to be, in this world of tragic was a sword with static. My heart is volcanic, my mind is nomadic. I told you my habit of falling in deep, rolling in darkness without a key. Looking for love.
Hey.
Feel like I never had the guts to look inside of you, look inside of me. Probably because I way back to the memory lane. I trace back everyone around me. They hate that. To show how they feel, I take that as a default set. It's a pre-selected option adopted by my young heart, my young mind, thinking that's the way it is. Hide your feeling, kid. No one listening, no alternatives. How embarrassing to show what still was in you. What's the matter of that? They'll laugh at you with that make off term. A bunch of sad kids never learn how to love.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. 怎么样？昨天闻到多久？
昨天很快，昨天闻到6点多吧，6、7点。
哦，2个图就给涂完了。
对，然后我就去直播去了。
哦。你直播的地方离家远吗？
还好，不算特别远。
哇，今天终于出阳光了。
对啊，今天太阳好好的。哇，这个好漂亮啊！你看。啊。这个不知道，哦，这个贝壳吧，应该是。好漂亮。
哎，我刚听了一下，我靠，太糟糕了，比我之前就是没有那个没有摄像机对准的时候的平常的排练糟糕太过了，太糟了。
就是我的意思，我的发挥和表现，对，我刚听到第二首歌，包括运气上的，我也是那种，太差了，说的超级差。我在想，你们那个就镜头啊，就是我不想再说麻烦再改镜头重新拍那个最佳状态。我在想，有没有可能就是那个音频的部分就是线的部分重新录一下。对，我觉得这个你要，因为我很认真对待的，就是我看你们今天上这个，我怕不要因为我这个东西，而且不到10位数。我觉得很有学问，你不觉得？听过你觉得就很一般吗？
我确实我也看不烂我，你为那个凳子还在那边，要求还大的。
你们之前都没听说过，实质就是能提升更棒。就是当时你头一下来，然后听到，然后那个状态是，我觉得是最对的。就我当时的状态比，就是我们9号录的这个要好起码，就是在质量上起码有30%到50%的提升的空间。这个我觉得这个就是一个很多音乐作品的一个差距，就是很多音乐作品其实还能更就基于以前真的没有瑕疵的表现，因为毕竟它是卖的。这些今天多少？有，但是我明白你的意思，但就我个人感觉好难。你要你先剪吧，你剪了我差不多了。行了，你帮我看看，我觉得我是难一点。我亲的时候我都有点尴尬。对。就是其实你想说的是视觉上它是很好。你想做的是什么？明白。那你发给我这个看看。然后我觉得最后再不行会100步，就可以是人生计划的时间可以放一首还做很多电视剧。 看一下，我明白，就是这个看下去的前提是你的英文应该已经基础很好了，对吧？对，我。是，那再退一步，那个林哥的那个，我觉得应该还是我印象的，但是应该OK。对，我看到，那你说这个语法，我们直接欣赏。好的。好。哦，没想到，我觉得这真的不错。
所以打火机往哪里？
小秋，你能帮我看一下吗？我们那天录了一个现场吗？我感觉水平很一般，发挥很一般，但是拍视频他们说还行。这个角度可以。
Diseases coming towards us, Jesus, I need panic, freeze, it's a bad situation. What could I do? I need to face it. It's a war, I need to case it. Where's my sword? I need to take it. Can we go right? Place it. I look around, ain't no traces. I went mad, losing patience, seeing closer.
镜头有点窄。
Star clouds going wisdom. There's no way to defeat the wisdom weapons. No treatment. I cry out in desperation. Gets my strength into what I need. Let's go bare hand eye fighting. Sun white lie. Blur my eyesight. My nerve off like broken Wi-Fi. My conscious drift off like bygones. I feel my body like a python. Twisting so like I'm high in drugs. When independent like Ty and one. That's when I got my eyes open. Feel my heart still soaked in fear. I got that choked in.
我吃都不够用
I
了。
hope them
之前
never come back. I know
就
them
还
forever coming. So I show them the spiritual warfare. We all care. The world is just like a cold mirror to reflect on our own fear. When our heart and mind do not dare to climb up to those tall stairs to heaven and fix our eyes there. God, that's where the love cheers, regardless of the suffering here and now. Where people's heart tears in their eyes, asking why and where. The promised land for the kind and fair. I guess it's all fine and clear. They bow and come us if we don't care. They help each other, and that's fair. For the evil to come in and tear us apart, cause we blind and we're losing touch from reality. Years of internet where things are shared without a cost but not our dear. Hands to hold each other, that's rare. When you seeing the news and hear about the whole city been bombed and tear apart, your brain stop processing the piece of info's cross depending on humanity intact or descending. How can anybody okay? It's horrible news we drowned in. Bombs after bombs and clowns and a mass psychological warfare to make us powerless and more queer. Those moral compass so we're more weird as animals, so we don't care about other people as human dear. God give me the strength to hold dear on those values I stole and share with the people around me who I care. Finally, climacy.
还行，没有我想象那么糟糕了。但是
Fantasy
这首歌开始就有些瑕疵了。
for me to be tragic with a sword with static. My heart is volcanic, my mind is nomadic. I told you my habit of falling
其实我想
in
在这个基础上，
rolling in darkness without a key to the door of your heart. Knock, knock, where's the light? Come, come, get me out. Dumb, need some love. Young, cooking fun. Run, run in the sun. Come dance to the beat. Big fan of the music. Cause I choose it, don't confuse it with the abusive rhymes of the sucker MCs. They don't waste my time claiming power and fame, seeking pleasure in tame, never loving humane, never giving justice. Let the climate change and the private sector thrive in communities, love the energy, use the policy, break the monopoly of global economy, just break the big company, work for your family, live for unity,
知道吧？那个就是院子
true
2楼，
humanity is blind as a big can be, need a laugh like I did, finally, a blind is a fantasy, not in the future, not in the future, the gift is a present, it was a blessing, I need to confess it, I thought of the best, no friends, when I like, they broke was a path, loneliness is a trap, fortunately I can rap, the temple of hip-hop, I'm never alone, was the beats of my phone, was the voice of my heart, holding pen like a sword, facing through all the hatred, shining bright, getting ready to fly, landing into heaven, holding my grandpa, kissing my grandma, telling them how I made it, as my heart was breaking, all my vices and illness been taken away from me, because I forsaken my love of hip-hop is saving me, was the wisdom in rhymes, the reason at night, my pleasure in my true danger inside, the garden surprise, was poets and dancers, some said the breakfast healing my get to, all in my fantasy, mixed with the tragedy, time is my energy, grinding epiphany, starting the rest of the dying for ecstasy. Finally, climacy, fantasy for me to be in this world of tragic was a sword with static. My heart is volcanic, my mind is nomadic. I told you my habit of falling this was out of key. Looking for
Bang, bang, bang.
Feel like I never had the guts. Look inside of me. Probably because the way back to the memory lane I trace back into one that allowed me to hate that. To show how that feel, I take that as a full sad. It's a pre-selected option adopted by my young heart. My young mind thinking thinking that's the way it is. I do feeling kid, no one listening, no alternatives. How embarrassing the show is still was in it. What's the matter of that? They'll laugh at you with a make of town. A bunch of sad kids never learn how to love.
没有好感觉。
Let them laugh as hard as you can cry about your life. After that, you feel much better. I promise in the name of life, then get yourself out of the gutter. The sooner the better. To climb up the ladder, we'll do it together by being open. You're feeling no one can hurt them if you don't let them. Your heart needed protection, your mind double-edged sword. Your soul needed direction. You spend your lifetime looking for. Just look inside of you. I look inside of me. We'll probably find the same song. I can't believe I waited this long to write this love song. I still don't know what I'm supposed to say after too long. Maybe it's not about you, cause I've been emotionally drunk. Maybe my heart is too cold to feel I can get enough love. It's been a long way to grow alone and close to no one. I feel my life is a lousy journey, yet I get along. I'm getting older, my shoulder colder can't hold no more. My motor's roller coaster up and down, feel no hope. I found this really hard to get along with anyone trying to near me. Even if you feel me, still no way to approach me, cause I've been used to this. My loneliness just made me phony. I can't believe my narcissistic personality is true. How can anybody as paranoid as me feel love? All I did was shut you out and hurt your feelings, but now I'm sitting here wishing God would show mercy on me, cause I never wanted to hurt nobody. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. Yamazaki rapper MC Uruchini Gamiga Magdabda Tapsili Balom Gaga Nasini Mensuza Balmochi Gono Boysam Suzumga Shranam Sakaluni Sumi Haber Stigmas Yaki Chala my man with daughter of Tambuni members of my man Fantasy Lilichi Hip Hop Yavan R&B Pamisha Uruchi Mupaman Samuli I feel like my life is a tree, slowly grows. Surely I know the higher the branches, the deeper the roots. Greener the leaves, turning to gold. Fall to the ground as the dawn. I walk by the rose. Do I bring shades to the one that I know? Would I be standing in valley like part of the oaks? Do I like watching the red roses out of the concrete like roses? Don't I enjoy it? Life goes on and I hip hop my rhyme so calm. Just give me the sunshine. I breathe it, talk about dioxide. Oxygen, I'm giving it back to the world that I'm living. The way that I'm seeing myself as a tree is the way it should be. I'm so proud of it. I've been 45%. The truth that I'm holding is the truth that I'm holding for good. Nobody changing it, no more struggles, be no society. Only grow naturally, organic, homegrown, green-based on community. Last night, I had a dream. I was standing by the riverside. So my family said, You try to put me in the box by giving me names under the stable, so we stay, we can be the same. Not being able to stand up, so I would just sit on the table. No, I can't help but think about the best way to be good. Game over, focus to us to define the world it is right now. I'm a tree, I must be listening and for you to talk over. All your problems don't need to make over. Your pain and suffering is mine. We'll get over when the time is right. We'll take over. In the name of love and unity. Last night I had a dream with all my fellows around me, dressed in gold, in full breeze. I had a dream. Sometimes I feel so intense for the day I wait so blind. Let it sit grip on my chest, let it get a headache, I sign. I wasn't the kid I wanna be, no matter how hard I try. January 26th, when I be still rhyming. No light can fly, cause I ain't got no wings. So dark and bright, these rhymes making no sense. I'm fine, but wouldn't mind if you just give me a little kiss. So shy, I couldn't die if I say love you for this. Maybe sunny day, after we finish a little day. Go home and lay down, say the things we never say to each other. You look me in the eye, like an insider. I wish I'd fly like a little bird inside. Just singing God, I got to keep. Now I'd like to see when I put the loving seeds after you marry me. We'll be truly meant to be together. Nothing can ever beat our love ever since we agreed to be the simple as we can be. It's a loving fantasy to satisfy your needs when you have no time to read those romantic stories. And you ain't have to be sad, cause I ain't have to leave. This music I believe will bring us a little peace. So I signed up this contract you made, and we tied up exact where you say. Things got lined up more than we could ever take. But already signed up this contract you made. I wish I was sincere at the level where I can share all my love to all people, no bias, no compare. Since we all came down to the same planet called the Earth. Yes, we different, but the qualities derive from my verse. Life was in diversity, now it's tied up as electricity. Possess the pesticide, public needs for commercial necessity. It's been 100 years since we boosted up the productivity. Now everything is abundant except the morals of our community. The crisis of energy gonna hit us pretty soon. Most of us sleeping with pills, still getting through. It's time to wake up to this mess we have to clean up for good. And then give us food if we do nothing, and that's the truth. And I ain't giving up face on the stage, I will stay. The stakes too high for me to live up on outer space. Maybe I could just live in here, ride this audio track you hear. Crystallize the moment, just stop the time if you dare. So stand up. This contract you made,
Thanks to Harvard Studio,
and we tied up
my new live set
exact where you say.
very soon.
Things got lined up
Things got lined
more
up
than we could
more than
ever take,
ever take,
but already signed up
but already signed up.
this contract you made. 许多的人在北方，一口一口将月亮吃掉，喝醉了在废墟上抽烟，熄灭星空的灯盏。碎石子离开了家，野草开口唱歌，天 边的云朵渐渐地暗了下来，幻化成盛夏的挽歌。海水迷失在8月，燕山围困着黎明，无数花朵在无边的夜幕哭泣。草原上没有一丝风，广场上没有一个人，放浪的游子在温榆河上彻夜不归。我们像石头一样的坚强，却又倔强的滚动在北方。我们像麻雀一样的忙碌，却又悲伤的徘徊在北方。我们像野草一样的葱郁，却又荒芜的飘荡在北方。我们在远方，在远方，在他乡，在流浪。
怎么样？哇，这个视觉的这个很不一样哎，它给这个音很多东西，尤其你看这个角度选的真好的，果然是常年做视频的这样的团队，对吧？不是一时半会儿。而我说能不能重拍，他说那个租设备什么的都挺麻烦的，那三台机器，人力，对吧？我感觉这个1000块钱费用都不为过吧，是吧？
I open my eyes from the darkest of nights. I feel so cold inside, I'm still fearful and frightened. Seeing armies of demons marching horses, diseases moving towards us. Jesus, I'm in panic and freeze. It's a bad situation. What can I do? I need to face it. It's a war. I need to case it. Bless my soul. I need to take it. Can we go right? Place it. I look around. Ain't no traces. I run mad, losing patience, seeing those other demons. Their clouds going wisdom. There's no way to defeat them. There's no weapons, no treatment. I cry out in desperation. Where's my strength into when I need it? Go bareheaded, I fighting. Sun might lie, or my eyes die. My nerve off like broken Wi-Fi. My conscious drift off like bygones. I feel my body like a python. Twisting so like I'm high in drugs. Independent like Ty and one. That's when I got my eyes open. Feel my heart still soaked in fear. I got that choked in. Lost control, I hoped him. Never come back, but I know them. Forever coming, so I show them the spiritual warfare. We all care. The world is just like a cold mirror to reflect on our own fear. With a heart and mind, do not dare to climb up to those tall stairs to heaven and fix our eyes there. God, that's where the love cheers, regardless of the suffering here and now. Where people's hot tears in their eyes asking why and where. The promised land for the kind and fair. I guess it's all fine and clear that God won't help us if we don't care. We help each other, and that's fair. For the evil to come in and tear us apart, cause we're blind and we're losing touch from reality in years of internet where things are shared without a cost but not our dear hands to hold each other. That's rare. When you seeing the news and hear about the whole city being bombed and tear apart, your brain stop processing the piece of infos cross depending on humanity intact or descending. How can anybody okay? This horrible news we drowned in. Bombs after bombs and clowns in. A mass psychological warfare to make us powerless and more queer. There's moral compass so we more weird as a
推荐进入
about people as human air. God give me the strength to hold there.
On those values I soul and share with the people around me who I care.
Finally,
像有点
fantasy for me to be. This world of tragic is a sword with static. My heart is volcanic, my mind is nomadic. I told you my habit of falling in deep, rolling in dark. Is out the key to the door of your heart. Knock, knock, where's the light? Come, come, get me out. Dum, dum, need some blood. Yum, yum, cooking fun. Run, run in the sun. Come dance to the beat. Big fan of the music. Cause I choose it. Don't confuse it. It's the abusive rhymes of these sucker MCs. They don't waste my time claiming power and fame. It's my pleasure in season. Pleasure campaign, never giving, just take. Let the climate change, let the climate change, let the private secretaries love the energy, peace the policy, break the monopoly of global economy. Just quit the big company and work for your family in name of our unity. No real enemy, the true humanity, as blind as a man can be. Need a light like I did. Finally apply me. Secret fantasy, not in the future, not in the future. The gift is a present, it's all blessing. I need to confess it. I thought I'm the best, no friends, but I like feeling good was a path. Loneliness is a trap. Fortunately, I can rap in a temple of hip hop. I'm never alone. Was the beats in my phone, was the voice in my heart, holding pen like a sword, pacing through all the hatred, shining bright, getting ready to fly, landing into heaven, holding my grandpa, kissing my grandma, telling them how I made it was my heart almost breaking. All my vices and illness been taken away from me because I forsaken. My love of hip hop is saving me. Was the wisdom in rhymes, the reason in light, my pleasure to invite you, angel inside you, the God surprise you, poets and dancers, some set the breakfast, healing my get to all in my fantasy, mixed with the tragedy, time is my energy, rhyming epiphany, starting the rest of the dying for ecstasy. Finally, climaxing, what a fantasy for me to be. In this world of tragic, there's a sword with static. My heart is volcanic, my mind is nomadic. I told you my habit of falling in deep, rolling in darkness without a key. Looking for love, feel like I never had the guts to look inside of you, look inside of me. Probably because I way back to memory lane. I trace back everyone around me to hate that. You show how they feel, I take that as a full sad. It's a crazy life that I should have adopted by my young heart.
No，亲子寻宝探险大作战，招募玩家。No，探索和探险，不让他们上到7楼往下跳。好吧。然后亲子寻，我觉得这个地方就不只是寻宝了，但是亲子寻宝肯定不是大作战。亲子寻宝，亲子寻宝什么样？
我们那个主题。
乌托邦花园亲子开放日，这个地方小点预约。开放日，亲子开放日，报名预约。然后你看，我们在这个海报里面尽量不要重复的，像这个亲子开放日就已经把亲子这个主题很强化了，对吧？主要，所以在这个地方，我觉得没有必要再用亲子，可以更用其他的词把这个教育的，就是家庭教育，家庭教育的，因为这是一个实验，属于是一个实验基地嘛，我们可以在这里去让大家自主的去探索，所以这是一个新型的一个
互动。
星级。家庭教育实验，就是你的字吗？我看。
接下来的面包。这个活动的属性是什么？
属性有几个不同的层面吧。首先，我们要收费，所以它是一个具有商业属性的。然后呢，又因为是相关教育的，所以它是有教育属性。然后在教育里面又细分成一个探讨，就是家庭教育的一个探索。就是实际上我们上来做完所谓的一些活动之后，其实是要坐下来和家长一起去探讨他们在教育中碰到的问题，然后我们可以去为他们提供一些建议和资源。就比如像这些比较有名的这个相关教育类的书籍，但是又很好读的这些书籍，我们可以搞一个书单，我现在大概有3-5本。对，探讨这个的。然后我觉得这个才是就是他所谓的创新的部分，是我们家长也参与到这个家庭教育的这个反思当中，然后去讨论。甚至它可能是更重要的部分，就是几个家庭一起坐下来去探讨的时候，这个就是把它现场的去记录，像播客一样，你懂吧？所以每一期大家只要参加了以后，这个它是有一些就是我们一起共创的内容，而且这些共创的内容都是在我们的一定的指导下，在有一个框架下去探讨。我觉得这个，然后从这个探讨中，我们希望获得的是一个和一些固定的家庭，就是我们在教育上、价值上很契合的家庭，达成一个深度合作，就是能够选出一些小孩可以去开始就每周来，然后我们排序。这个每周来的部分的这个课程的费用都是家长来承担，对吧？然后最终有一个节点，就是6月1号的这个儿童节，我们可以和这个被选上的家庭制作一个音乐剧，然后去把它对吧？所以这个整个体验是非常非常丰富的。但是呢，它这个就是一个入口，然后在这个入口里可能有10个人，然后这个10个家庭里面可能大家体验有好的，有不坏的，有一般的，然后其中会有10个里面如果有2到3个，我们就已经很成功，有2到3个达成进一步就是报到这个6月1的课，这样的话，对吧？我们就能够稳固定我们接下来的几个月的工作方向，以便我们可以就按部就班的推进，对吧？
这里写预约通道开启吗？
开放日。或者预约咨询。 咨询通道。
预约通道。
那就把有效期也加上吧，有效期的2025年5月1号。6月1号，这样刚好点齐。所以这样的话，就是一直到6月1号都可以，他们都可以去进行这个初步体验嘛，对吧？亲子什么开放日嘛，还亲子体验日？
亲子开放日，嘟嘟帮花园亲子开放日。
不要就用同样的颜色吧，蓝色吧。太难看了，重新写，再来一下。
多少的？
开启啦！
开启了。
地点详情咨询。公众号的二维码。有
效期，是这还写有效期吗？至6月1日。
不要在这写呀。
有效期在这写吗？
是吗？
在这儿写吗？
不。
在这儿写吗？再写一个迷你的地方。
应该是在这写，很小的。这个地方留出那个公号的二维码，然后
把公众号二维码先发我上。
公众号。我操，4点半了，这么牛！等一下，我给你发多少遍？怎么
没给我发过？
没给你发过，大胆！哎，二维码呢？二维码他妈的找不到了！
我们在这里写第一期体验价是多少吗？然后正价是多少？
哪个上面？不写呀？
不写。
神经病吧你！
为什么？
啊？
为什么？
你见过哪个海报上面有写那什么的？
书店的就写啊。
啊？
书店的就写啊。
什么书店的？
就是书店的活动都写啊，多少钱一位，然后赠什么。
那个是你加了微信以后发的部分内容。啊！梆梆梆梆梆梆梆梆梆梆梆。
约了一场，然后最后就是写那个。
这在你手机上就能找到的。
没找到。
有，我自己。
Fans。
国际。
动起来呀嘛，动起来！哎呀来！
这样的。别那样啊，这过来的你。
走儿子走儿。吃饭了。
你点的啥？
点的意面、南瓜。
哦。
对。
Finally, blind man see what a fantasy, you need to be, but a human.我给他锁了嘛。妈的，臭傻逼，讨厌死。
马老师是小花子。
我们为啥不直接把微信二维码发他们？
我不是有微信的号码电话号了吗？
直接扫多方便呀！
啊？
直接扫多方便呀！
直接扫多方便，也方便呀。我的意思，它有一个多一个入口，就是你进入到就是你有微信手机号，你直接可以连接到我们。然后呢，公众号又是一个全景的，对这个，你懂吗？全局的一个，它可以就是不加我们，它可以是一个比较保守的。那我先看一下它的公众号，然后公众号就确实不错，这里面有我喜欢的东西，他再去接。2013年7月18日。
我要去尿尿了。
一点阳光都没有。操场上。
还是什么这个
你看看。
时间的？
公众号。
放了。
啊？
放了。
不是，我你上面说明啊，这个二维码是干嘛用的？公众号嘛，再小一点吧，这个。
觉得好像在下面下班。就把主题说一下吧，然后大概要干什么说一下。
你这样子，这个地方详情咨询直接变成报名咨询，然后这个二维码就是公众号，关注公众号见详情。就他直接刷到公众号，他第一个看到了这个一个全方位的介绍，然后图片、视频和内容。是吗？有吗？
这个海报放到作文里吗？还是怎么着？
啊？
我说
这个应该是，这个是报名微信嘛，然后这里是详情请关注。详情请关注。刘时代公众号。上面详情关注。详情关注刘时代公众号。详情关注刘时代公众号，刚好把刘时代和那个牛拓刚这个是刘时代公众号。
不还有一个主题的描述吗？怎么写？
啊？
这里不还有一句那个话描写我们的那个大概内容吗？
先不把刚才的先不。这不是蚂蚁，这是什么？这是小飞虫吗？这不是。
你是打花呀？
对呀、我做还比花样还要远的。我做综合的。
综合不是要精品吗？
It's influenced the fruits of